And we're gonna call the 8:15 compliance calendar. This the first matter we have is Yelm Tyler Sorensen. Is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How about you?
We had the matter set for a review because it looks like we need an alcohol
Yeah,
drug assessment victim impact panel, the usual.
I do have a receipt that I paid my own money for the assessment and everything, and they're gonna give me a recommendation tomorrow.
And what agency did you go to?
Northwest Resources.
And you've been to them and they've done the assessment and you're gonna get that tomorrow? Do you have anything at all today?
I mean, I got the receipts and stuff and like the certificate for it.
Could you speak up a little bit?
I got the certificate for it and the receipt for it.
Could I see that?
Yeah.
Hey, show Mr. Okay. Well, Garrett, any input? Looks like we're making progress,
Yeah.
Mr. Sorensen, and that's what we want to do. Probably going to be a while before you get the assessment.
I did the assessment. They're gonna give me a recommendation. So I'm either gonna do it for a Zoom class or I'm gonna go in person in Lacey.
Did the assessment tell you anything?
It was
Did you
just a
agree
lot.
with it, disagree with it? Sometimes it's kind of unpleasant news.
Yeah, it was just like a whole bunch of questions, pretty much.
But here, let me give you this back, okay? Come on up. Sorensen, I'm glad to see you're getting started on this. I've always believed that a good idea to get started as soon as possible, better late than never.
Yeah.
What I'm inclined to do is reset the matter to the first available date in May, which would be May 9th. City have any objection to reset the matter for the, and by then I hope to have on file a copy of the assessment and
Yeah,
it's going to recommend at least victim impact panel and ADIS. So I'd like to see you get started on that.
yeah, so I like asked for a copy of it and they like handed me that and they're like, well, that usually that's enough for the court. And it's like, they were asking for like a copy of the assessment.
We need to have that.
Yeah, I'll try and get that for you.
Sorensen, what I'd like to do is see you back here on May 9th. And I would like to have that by then. If it's not on file, bring it with you. These agencies they're good about the treatment part of it, but they're not always good about getting records to court. So yeah, you want to check with us before the 9th, a day or two earlier, and make sure we have what we are supposed to have. Okay.
Okay.
Signing an order to that effect. I want you to get a copy of today's order. It'll have your court date and time on it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. I want to wish you the best of luck. You know, hey, this is one of the hoops you got to jump through. How's life going otherwise?
Going pretty good.
As long as it's going pretty good, you're way ahead of most people in this world. So
yeah.
Good luck to you, Mr. Sorensen. See you next month.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
You too.
Eric Strobel. For the record, Eric Steven Strobel.
Yes,
Mr. Strobel, how are you doing?
pretty good.
Docket indicates what we do need is proof of victim impact panel.
Yeah, so I missed the last one due to, I just didn't have a good way of transportation to getting there. I can get it done probably within the next 2 weeks with no issue. I could have gotten it done for today over a Zoom call. Like, oh, I could do it over, there's two that I found that I could do over Zoom, but I would rather have done the one in person than,
That's,
cause I don't,
you missed something
Yeah,
dealing
yeah.
with a screen, I think.
yeah, and I think you'd rather prefer it being in person too. I'd rather get a documentation saying that I was there instead of getting an email or something for a Zoom call. I'd rather just do it in person.
Why don't we do this? You can do it by the 25th?
Yeah, I can have it done.
Easily. That's
Yeah.
2 weeks from today. Why don't we reset it to the 25th? Now, if we have on file proof that you've done that by the 25th, you don't need to show up and listen to me. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
That ought to be enough impetus for you to get it done and get it over with and get proof filed.
Yeah,
April 25th, 8:15, and yes, if proof is on file.
yeah.
And
As soon as I get it done, I'll just bring the documents in and.
that's a good way of doing it.
Yeah, just so it's
Don't,
for sure done.
if
Yeah.
if you trust the agency to do it,
I-
it might
yeah.
not ever get done.
Yeah, exactly. I've had issues before with things, so I just like always having the documents myself.
Sign the order, closing it, again, get a copy of it at the window.
Uh,
Life going okay otherwise?
Yeah,
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
we've been doing good.
hopefully it'll continue along that line.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here.
That's all we can do.
Yep. All right, is that it?
That's it.
All right.
Mr. Stroll, you take care of yourself and have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
You too.
I will. Well, you're better than a probation officer, I think. That was, hey, take care. Hey, and you as well. Thank you. For Nick Reigers. Okay, bring him up. Mr. Ansing, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're here on behalf of, I guess, Nick Reigers. How are we doing? How are we doing on that? It looks like we need information on treatment and perhaps victim impact panel.
And Your Honor, we were anticipating that that was going to be done and this hearing was going to be stricken. I'm standing in for attorney of record Dougal Nerlich. I know Mr. Nerlich reached out to Mr. Reigers and did not hear back from him. Mr. Reigers has a good history of being there in person, though, and showing up. So I guess I just asked to reset this so that we can get in contact with Mr. Reigers and hopefully be filing that proof of treatment so that everything can strike.
City, have any problem resetting? No. We've got April 25th or May 9th. What works best, you think?
Let's go with May 9th, because I'm hopeful that with a little more time, we can ensure that this hearing strikes and nobody has to show up again.
Good luck. Hopefully, the news will be good. Sometimes when a client drops out of sight, you kind of hold your breath until you hear from them and don't want to
Absolutely
hear about them on the radio. But recently, to May 9th, I'll sign an order to that effect, and we'll forward to you a copy of today's order. And good luck finding Mr. Reigers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Ensign.
Have a good day.
You have a great day as well. Speed bumps on the road to recovery. And we had as usual, our share of no-shows. First one is Andrew Cocott, end of an SOC with $100 delinquent. There's a theft third charge, docket number 1. those are the troublesome ones. C.
Your Honor.
Donnie, do we need an order, formal order of dismissal? That's just, yeah, that'll work.
Yes.
Jason Tipton, docket number 5. This is purely money. Docket number 5. Jason Eugene Tipton, loitering in connection with drug-related activity. That's $1,000 cash a bond. That's this is on one of the kind of a diversion deal with the hope that those are the hard ones. 6, Dallas Yeary. Again, same motion, warrant. Sometimes I wonder, I wish we had a better answer to the drug cases. With that, I think let's go off record. Want to address the matter of Yelm versus Chad, middle initial W, Murphy Hendricks. That's citation number 4A0369946. Dismissing the citation, I will circle the D at this point. Apparently that will be a reissue. And with that, we'll go off record. You're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address. Good morning, Ms. Backus. We'll call your matter now. That's Tyler Anderson. You're here on his behalf. I see in Oak Court say a motion. I'll turn to yourself as to the status of the matter. I recall the history of the thing.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Gloria Backus, and I represent Mr. Anderson. I am happy to report that there's been movement on the global resolution. I am waiting to hear from CTAC as far as whether they will transfer jurisdiction to Pierce County, which has the more serious of the offenses. And I have a preliminary approval from the prosecuting attorney in Pierce County that they are willing to, accept jurisdiction of all the charges. So I imagine that by the time we meet again, this resolution should have happened, or well on its way to happening, at least the final portions as far as tying up loose ends. I'm asking for May 9th, I believe it is, in Oak Court as a date for the continuance of this matter, if it pleases the court.
We have a order resetting the matter to May 9th at 9 o'clock. Is that going to work?
Yes, Your Honor, I did upload an proposed order in Oak Court yesterday.
Reviewing that now. I reviewed it. Was there anything else in the matter? I realize combining multiple jurisdictions is like herding snakes. It takes quite a little time to arrange. It can be done. It can be done. I've done it. But I'm gladly continuing the matter to May 9th, 9 o'clock, and we'll just see how things are then. Hopefully more progress will be made. City, have any? But go ahead, Ms. Backus, anything further? Anything else with regard to the matter?
Nothing further from me, Your Honor. I thank the court.
Okay. We'll send you a copy of today's order. I want to thank you for appearing. Good luck in making progress towards combining everything. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Which one? 3 and 4. Whoa. Good morning, Mr. White. We'll take your matters now. First, Yelm versus Lou Florence. I'll turn to you for the status of the matter.
Your Honor, does he happen to be present in the courtroom?
Mr. Florence is not here yet.
Your Honor, this was a mistake on my part. I'll have to put in a motion to continue into Oak Courts. I was so busy talking to Mr. Florence about the resolution. It looks like going through the messages, I didn't actually tell him that his court was this morning. We went over the plea bargain that I came to with the city. So he's ready to enter resolution. He just didn't know when to be here to do it. And that was on me. So I'll get that form in after we address the other matter, Your Honor. I apologize. It looks like you're muted, so I can't hear you.
We'd like to enter a result without our client's presence, but that how far we can set it out to April 25th, May 9th. What works best?
April 25th is good, Your Honor.
Garrett, any objection? Yeah. I'll sign an order to that effect once I have the motion in Oak Courts.
You make a note so I don't forget to do that when we're done, April 25th. And then the other matter I have on for this morning is Miss Solomon.
Melissa Sue Solomon, yes.
And I do have her permission to appear on her behalf per 3.4. We are asking to continue to May 23rd. I spoke with the prosecution. We're both investigating the matter further.
Mr. Hatfield, any objection? Given that, I'm signing an order resetting the matter to May 23rd, and hopefully maybe some progress will be made by then. That takes care of that. I guess I'll need one more order with regard to docket numbers 3 and 4. Same thing, a motion to continue that matter to a future date.
Is 3 and 4 the Ms. Solomon, or are we back talking about Mr. Florence?
Solomon will be May 23rd.
Okay.
Do you want it to go to April 25th? Is that?
Yes, Your Honor. I do have the order in on Solomon created.
I can.
And I will now create one on Mr. Florence.
Got it. April 25th it is. I could do that myself, but for the fact that I'm a cyber dinosaur, so.
That's what more can I? Oh, okay. I wasn't quite done, but it won't let me do any more because now you're signing it.
I jumped ahead of you there. That's I'll back off. If you have anything to add, I'm back out.
Oh, okay. I was just going to add some signatures. Fortunately, Elk Courts is moving pretty smoothly this morning.
Unlike the a couple of weeks ago, it was mad at me or something.
Yeah, a couple days ago, my documents kept disappearing. Let's see. I think I've completed what I can do at this point.
You have. Bonnie, ready for signature? Now signed, sealed, and soon to be delivered. Send you and your client a copy, both to Lou Florence and to Melissa Solomon. That takes
I appreciate the documents and the Stevie Wonder reference, Your Honor.
I thank you very much, Mr. White. You take care. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too, Your Honor.
Back on record, I'm going to call the matter of Yelm versus Oliver Michael Hurley. Mr. Hurley here with counsel. Mr. Sanders, good morning.
Morning.
Matter set for pre-trial. I'll defer to you for the status of it. Sir, for the record, your name is Oliver Michael Hurley. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of negligent driving in the first degree. Plea form tells me you're 31 years of age, been through 12 years plus of education. I assume you have no trouble reading, understanding the English language.
Yes.
Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney? And if you had any questions about anything that was contained in the plea form, were your questions answered?
Yes.
Now, if I accept the plea, this would be to a simple misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'd be free to impose that, regardless of what's recommended by the parties. We haven't gotten to that yet. You realize that. Also, you're going to waive by accepting the plea, you waive the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to that, the maximum. You realize that.
Yes, Your Honor.
As to an amended charge of negligent driving in the first degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on November 12th, 2023. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes. Your Honor.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11, which I have reviewed, does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. With that in mind, I'll turn to the city for the recommended sentence. I've read it in the sentence. Anything to add to that, Mr. Radfield? Mr. Sanders, anything to address with regard to sentencing? Yeah, I don't see any recommended fine in the amount. I'm going to defer to the parties to come up with a number. I don't want to flip a coin. 250. Okay. Mr. Hurley, you have what they call a right of elocution. You can tell me anything you want regarding the matter. You don't have to say anything. You can rely on your attorney's statement. But if you have anything you want me to know, now's the time. Anything you'd like to say?
Just anything that. City. Mistake.
Especially in the world we live in now, that's driving a car, especially when you're under the influence or of anything, is very likely one of the most dangerous things you're ever going to do. When the people get hurt, you read about that, hear about that all the time. Not a day goes by you're not hearing about somebody that got hurt on one of the roads of the state. It's especially important that you be in full possession of your faculties when you are out there driving. For that, I'm going to follow the recommendation. The fine, least of my concerns, $250. You can pay that over time if you wish, or take care of it today if you want to put it behind you. The most important part, I think, is a combination of no criminal law violations, especially when it comes to driving, and get a drug and alcohol evaluation, comply with any recommended treatment. If there's an issue, if there's a problem, let's find out and deal with it. Probably you're going to get a no significant problem sort of evaluation, and that'll. Apparently, your attorney's already explained to that, as a good attorney will do. Mr. Early, I want to make sure you know, and you probably know this from talking to your attorney as well, that he's done you a great service in getting this matter reduced from a DUI to a neg 1. I've observed many times and believed, as both a judge and a defense lawyer, is that a DUI conviction is worse in terms of impact on your life than a lot of felony convictions. That's just the way it is. And one of the reasons for that is the amount of carnage that's done out there in the highway. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Hopefully this is something you've learned from and will not be repeated. And, you know, even as it is, it is something that will be on your driving record and affect your insurance, et cetera, over a period of time. But that goes away over time. Also, if there were to be a further offense, this would count as a prior DUI, and the circumstances create the necessity of, I won't go into it, far greater harm than you're incurring today. I want to wish you the best of luck. We all make mistakes. We learn from them. If we don't learn from them, we're condemned to repeat them. So I'm going to hope that this has been a learning experience. Any question at all?
No, Your Honor.
It's going to take me a minute to take care of the electronic paperwork. And we do have, there was no insurance as well as one car accident, so that's not really a huge concern of mine. Is there any agreement regarding the infraction? I'm comfortable with just dismissing that.
He did have.
Very understandable. I'm given the fact that there was no other party involved in it, that's maybe a fence got, I don't know, but I'm comfortable just dismissing the infraction, and we'll do that. Your attorney's absolutely right. Life does present us with a number of speed bumps as we go down the road, and this is one of the rough ones. But in a sense, yeah, you're lucky. I'm sure your attorney has, and I represented any one of a number of people who wound up putting somebody else underground, did serious damage to themselves, or killed a loved one. That's quite an experience talking to somebody who doesn't really care how long they're going to the penitentiary because the person that died was their wife that sat beside them. That's an experience most DUI lawyers come across from time to time. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, Mr. Hurley. I'm signing today's, electronically signing the paperwork, and that's again, I can't emphasize strongly enough. Learn, move on, put it behind you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
You can get a copy of today's paperwork at the counter outside the courtroom to your left, and you won't be hearing from us. Have the evaluation proof of that on file within the next 90 days, I assume. Perfect. So really good luck. You take care. Mr. Sanders, thanks. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Got it. Mr. Carr was released from custody on April 1st to appear on April 11th. He has not done so. It is now after 9:30. He was here to be here at 9. Oral issue for his arrest, 2,500. Cash or bond. I spoke to him contacted him telephonically at Nisqually Jail. He assured me he would be here today. The next one we have, and there is something in O Courts about that. Pay to Ashley Lafayette.
Yes, Your Honor, this is actually the city's, motion to dismiss. Mr. Gardwell said that he thought he was gonna be joining by Zoom, but might have gotten caught up in something. But, he, in my conversation with him, didn't expect him to be objecting to the city.
I would hardly think so. No, I would hardly think so. No, you don't get a much better resolution than that. I'll sign the order at this time. And if he appears, I'll re-sign it.
Great.
if you want to.
It's
you
just
can. We're back on record. City, have any matters to call at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, see here, which one? This is going to be, number 4 and 5 on the 10 o'clock calendar. Archer.
Kirkenbrook, I'm guessing.
Yep, Defense Counsel has, uploaded a motion to continue to O courts, and, I've stipulated to that, joining the motion. I don't believe Mr. Newcomb is, going to be able to come at 10 o'clock, so. I just want
You just want to reset it to July 18th?
July 18th would be great.
Certainly
if
do
that's
that. Should we
The date on the motion.
note the physical non-appearance for speedy trial purposes or anything? I can do that for the record if the city deems it necessary, but I am signing the order resetting the matter to July.
Thank you.
I'm familiar with the issue.
Yeah.
If the city has no objection, I'm comfortable signing the order upon presentation. No problem. We're not overly burdened with things to do at this time. Take care. We're back on record with the 9:45. I'm looking at docket number 1, page 6 of today's docket. Rowdy Elliott Chester Miller, who's here in the courtroom and just nodded his agreement with my pronunciation of his name. Mr. Miller, it looks like you're still represented by Mr. Haverco. It looks like we're at the end of an SOC, and we need a couple of different things. 1, money, and then 2, an assessment, victim impact panel. I'll let your attorney talk to the prosecutor about it. Okay. it's a, it's an SOC contract between the city and the defendant. I'm sort of third party to that contract.
Yeah.
I'll defer to the parties.
Yeah, city's willing to extend the deadline for making the assessment.
I asked for more than a week of that. Sometimes, given the industry, is not gonna
45.
happen. I would go to
Yeah,
2
I
or
was gonna
3
say-
months.
Oh, all right.
I'd go to 3 months.
Okay.
given Mr. Chester Miller, the city's graciously allowed to, they could say, nah, nothing doing, and, I'd have to find you guilty of DUI, after I read the, reports, and that's up to a year in jail, at least 1 day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You've got a lot of stake here. That's, any reason why hasn't been done by now, that's
Just, I wasn't,
life.
yeah, I wasn't in a very good place and not a good state of mind at the
That's,
time. And then in the last couple of years, me and my girlfriend just had a baby. She is a month and a half old now. I haven't been drinking or anything in the last.
That's some
14 months.
responsibility, yeah. That's, we're gonna, city's extending it for a period of 3 months. That's, resetting this hearing to July 18th. At 8:15 in the, 8:15 in the morning, we'll take
If
a
I
look at it.
get
then.
all this stuff done before then, can I schedule it sooner?
Absolutely. Look, if you get it, if you get this done, you get this taken care of, and the, city has no problem with it, you let us know and we'll give you an earlier termination of the SOC and close the matter.
Okay.
Yes, just giving you extra time within which to do this. Hopefully you can get it done quicker than,
Yeah,
quicker
like
than
I
3
said,
months.
I'll
But it's-
probably have it done in the next couple of weeks. Just-
Given having to get an assessment and everything, I'm gonna guess you need, and then they're gonna recommend at the minimum, ADIS and VIP, Victim Impact Panel and Alcondra, and that's gonna take a little time, so good luck with you. Hopefully you won't need 3 months, but I think you're probably gonna need probably at least 3 weeks, a month, maybe.
Okay.
But good luck to you. If you can bang it out earlier, more power to you.
Thank you.
But resetting the matter to July 18th, 8:15, I'm signing a order to that effect electronically. Mr. Chester Miller, I'm signing that now electronically. It sounds like life is going a little bit better for you now. You've got to do this for yourself as well as for the people for whom you have obligations. But I'm glad to see somebody get on a better path. That's always a good thing to see.
Yeah, it definitely feels a lot better.
Feels a lot better, and the alternative, sometimes we don't even want to think about. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I want you to get a copy of today's order, go to the window outside the courtroom to the left, and we'll take it as it comes.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck to you. Take care. It's actually Thurston County. Back on record with the 10 o'clock. Mr. Haverko, I'll defer to you for the order. The cases are
Thank you,
called.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is Scott Custer on the 10
Custer,
o'clock
good morning.
calendar. Matter comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a suspended driving third-degree charge and an interlock violation charge. Parties have reached an agreement. He's going to enter a straight plea to count 2 interlock device violation. On the court's acceptance of the plea, city will move to dismiss suspended driving third-degree charge. Recommendation is all suspended time, 364, all suspended for 12 months on the condition of no new criminal law violations and pay a $250 probation fee. And at the end of that time, the matter can be closed.
Good morning, sir. For the record, is your name Scott Allen Custer?
Yes,
The full name? I am looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. The plea form also references a dismissal of the driving while license suspended in the or revoked in the 3rd degree charge. Plea form tells me you're 45 years of age. Any problem at all reading, understanding the plea form? Gone over the form with your attorney? And if you had any questions at all, were those questions answered? Now, if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no witnesses, no appeal if you lose a trial, simply a sentencing which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, since this is a gross misdemeanor. You realize that. With that in mind, is the 1 count of driving a motor vehicle within the city of Yelm on February 23rd, 2024, without ignition interlock when you were under the requirement to have that by the Department of Licensing. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? You make that plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. I've heard the recommendation as to sentence. Mr. Hatfield, anything to add to that?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Haverko, how about you? Anything
Nothing
to
to
add?
add, Your Honor.
Mr. Custer, if you have anything to tell me, now's the time. You don't have to say anything, but if you want me to know anything, I'm all ears. Perfect. That's things happen in life, and then there's some hoops we have to jump through, and this is one of them. I'm going to follow the recommendation, 364 days, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, including ignition interlock requirements, and pay a $250 fine, which you can pay over time by the month. I see there's a SOC on file. City taking any action on that? That's referenced on the document. No action will be taken on that at all. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Yeah, that ignition interlock, that's one of the requirements you have to have for a certain period of time before you can get anywhere with a licensing situation. Oh, and in my opinion, the technology is not yet perfected. It's
good.
And of course, probation officers being the jaded, having heard so many excuses for everything, they're not going to believe you if it's happens. Professor, I'm reviewing the judgment and sentence form. Finding that as in order, I'm approving it with an electronic signature. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's paperwork outside the courtroom and to your left. review it carefully. If you have any questions about what anything in it means, give Mr. Haverco a call. In the meantime, I'm going to wish you the best of luck and remind you that given time, these things drop off your record and insurance premiums will come down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Any questions at all? Good luck to you. Take care. On record, Mr. Haverco, anything further at this time?
Yes, so if we could turn to item number 9 on the 10 o'clock calendar, Vera Welch. I believe she's holding in Zoom.
Ms. Welch, good morning. I see you're present at this time. If you'd unmute yourself, we can address your matter at this time.
Okay. Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me?
Now hear you. Do you have a camera?
Yes. Let me go ahead and can you see me okay?
I already got that one. Yeah. Good morning.
Can you see me now? Or no, I apologize. Let me start video.
Oh, gee, now we can.
Sorry about that.
Well, thank you. Can you see me?
I can see you. I just couldn't get into the video here. So
Marco is at the council table. He's here in the courtroom as well. I'll address
okay.
I'm turning to your attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Welch. This is Dan Haverco.
Good morning, Dan.
In the courtroom here. So this matter comes before the court this morning for a pretrial hearing on a suspended driving third-degree charge and an interlock device violation charge. I've gone over the arrest report with Ms. Welch. I believe the parties have reached an agreement. I anticipate she's going to enter a straight plea to the ignition interlock device violation. And upon the court's acceptance of plea to that charge, the city, as part of the agreement, would move to dismiss count 1, the suspended driving charge. The recommendation would be all suspended time, 364 days, all suspended for 12 months on the condition that Ms. Welch not commit new criminal violations and pay a $250 court fee.
For the record, is your full name Vera Jane Welch?
Vera Jane Welch. Yes, that's my full name.
Thank you. If there's a way to mispronounce a name, I'm always going to do it.
You got some interesting names in there, I'm sure.
Thank you, Ms. Welch.
Yes.
Looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of operating motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. The plea form tells me you're 29 years of age. Did any trouble at all going over the plea process with Mr. Haverco?
No, he was excellent. I feel very informed.
And if you did have any questions, were they answered to your satisfaction?
Absolutely. Yes.
Now, if I accept the plea, you're giving up the rights in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal. Simply
Understood.
which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, regardless of what the parties recommend. You realize that?
Understood. Yes.
With that in mind, is the 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock on February 27th, 2024. Within the city of Yelm, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty to that.
Make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense.
Okay.
Is for all jail time suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 probation fee. Mr. Ratfield, does the city have anything to add to the recommendation?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
No, nothing to add. Ms. Welch, how about you? If there's anything you'd like to tell me, now's the time. You don't have to say anything.
I just want everybody to, understand that I am in compliance with everything. That's all. I have my interlock device in my car. I am, abiding by the state recommendations. I work for Department of Fish and Wildlife, so, I have submitted the information for working on operating a vehicle through the state and everything like that. So, as long as my compliance is on point with you guys, then excellent.
Ms. Welch, that is good to hear. I'm going to follow the recommendation. 364 days in jail, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay a monitoring fee of $250. I'm going to remind you that hey, these are hoops that are put in front of you, and you have to go jump through the.
I understand. Yep.
And
Yes.
time, given full compliance and given no new offenses, these matters drop off your record. Insurance.
Yes.
And you're living a better life to boot.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. I do have one question actually. Am I able to, because I am remote, am I able to pay my $250 fine with a credit card number? Is that something that I can call and pay over the phone, or is that something that I should take care of in person?
Someone who just knows nodded to me, yes, but and that information will be on the order to that we're going to send you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Sending you as well as Mr. Haverco, your attorney, a copy of the paperwork for today, your statement of defendant on plea of guilty, and the judgment and sentence. What I want you to do is look that over carefully, and if you have any questions at all, either give us a call or give Mr. Haverco a call. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Welch, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
Yes, you as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I need to call on the phone Dakota Galvin, and then I need to also speak with Dorino Graves.
Ms. Welch, back on record, Mr. Haverco, I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Judge.
Sir, is your full name Michael Cameron Morfitt? Defer to your attorney.
So this is Michael Morfitt, comes before the court this morning for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. Because of his lack of a record, the parties reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance. He signed the form. The terms are to continue the matter for 12 months on the condition that he have no new criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss.
Mr. Morfitt, I'm looking at the SOC stipulated order of continuance. It's called a lot of different things. What it really is, it's a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which 12 months from now, the charge can be dismissed. This is called a crime of dishonesty, and so getting it dismissed is very much in your own self-interest here. It'll help with employment. It'll help with life. If you violate the agreement, the city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports. You haven't given up your rights to go to trial and have witnesses and appeal if you lose. And that would almost certainly result in a conviction for the theft third. I'm hoping that you'll be in full compliance with the agreement, and a year from now, we can simply close the case and dismiss the charge. I'm signing off on the agreement. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, get a copy of it, read it over carefully, and if you have any questions at all, give Mr. Haverco a call. Any questions you might have of me? Mr. Morfitt, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Your attorneys put you in a position of being able to get this charge dismissed, but the rest of it is up to one person. And I'm looking at him right now. That's good luck to you, sir. You take care of yourself.
This is Ulysses Castillo on the 10 o'clock. So we're on record? Okay.
We're now on record.
Okay, thank you. So this is Ulysses Castillo. He's item number 2 on the 10 o'clock calendar. Comes before the court on a pretrial hearing for a theft charge. Doesn't have a record. Parties have reached an agreement, that being a stipulated order of continuance, terms of which to be 12 months of no criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city, as part of the agreement, would move to dismiss the charge.
Good morning, sir. For you, the record is your full name, Ulysses Castillo. Mr. Castillo, I'm probably going to say a few things that are repetitious of what you might have just heard, but I got to make sure you understand exactly what you're getting into here. This is a contract. It's an agreement between yourself and the city. I'm not a party to the contract. Mr. Haverco has negotiated this for you, and under the terms of it, you can get this charge dismissed. It will not go on your record a year from now if you comply with the conditions that I'll go over in a minute. This is called a crime of dishonesty, which means it doesn't help employment very much. So it's very much in your interest to get it dismissed. In exchange for the agreement, you've given up your rights to go to trial. If you violate, you won't have a trial. We'll simply read the police reports and you know what the finding would be. You don't want to go there. You want to have law-abiding behavior over the next year. Take care of the money is the least important to me. If there's a problem with that, just give us a call. We can deal with that. But I'm hoping that a year from now, we can simply look at the file, find you in full compliance, dismiss the charge, and close the case. Any question at all? What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to to your left, get a copy of the agreement and look it over, read it carefully. And if you have any questions about it, Mr. Haverco will be available to answer any questions. All I can do at this point is wish you the best of luck and hope for full compliance. You take care of yourself. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ahmed and the
He's not here, but the city has a motion.
City's moving to dismiss. Without.
found it.
I'll go chat with Mr. Gray. Hey, Dorino, why don't you? Zoom person.
I'll defer to,
Dorino, why don't you come?
I'm gonna defer to,
Okay.
the parties. Mr. Haverco, I'll let you call it.
What side? So this is Dorino Graves,
Mr. Graves, good morning.
and he's item number 7 on the 10 o'clock calendar matter. Comes before the court for a pretrial hearing on a protection order violation. I've had an opportunity to meet with him and review the police report. I think the parties have reached an agreement. He intends on entering a straight plea to the charge. The recommendation would be all suspended time, 364 days in jail, all suspended, to never be imposed so long as during the next 12 months he not commit any new criminal law violations and pay a $250 probation fee.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Dorino Graves? Mr. Graves, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of violating the terms and conditions of a protection order. Plea form tells me you're 40 years of age. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney? Pardon? 30. That's, well, we can certainly correct that. But have you gone over, with the exception of that mistake, have you gone over the rest of the form with Mr. Haverco? And have you had any questions at all about what it meant? That's, you enter a plea of guilty, you give up the rights in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 364 days in jail and up to a $5,000 fine, given that this is a gross misdemeanor. You realize that. That in mind as to 1 count of violating the terms and conditions of a protection order violation alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 16th, 2024. How do you plead guilty or not guilty? Do you make that plea of your own free will? Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty? I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the plea. Mr. Graves, I've heard the recommendation through your attorney as a sentence. Mr. Ratfield has nothing to add to that. Mr. Haverco, how about you? Anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. You know, this, who knows what the real contact was, but the reality, the reality was he's at a bus stop and he's trying to get somewhere and Kia Brantley was standing there. So, and he was late for, I don't know, an interview or something. And so, he's in the position where he's got to run away, cannot be within. So it doesn't appear to be like they were arguing or actually even talking, just,
Mr. Graves,
mitigating, it's just mitigating. It's not like he was tracking her down or anything.
Mr. Graves, anything you'd like to tell me? You don't have to say anything, but sounds like, yeah, this could have gone, but yeah, that's, if it goes to a trier of fact, who knows what the result would be, but yeah, I'm going to follow the recommendation, but I realize, these protection orders, they do impose quite a burden on you to turn around and race off the other direction. That's sometimes kind of difficult to abide by them. 364 all suspended on the condition that there's law-abiding behavior and a $250 fine, which will set a time payment on. Hopefully, there's a situation that'll get resolved and the protection order will be amended or resolved as well. That's all I can hope for. But in the meantime, it's the burden is on you to abide by the order, Mr. Graves. But you take care of yourself. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom and to the left, get a copy of today's paperwork and look it over carefully. If you have any question at all, give Mr. Haverco a call, okay? Other than that, all I can do is wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. I shall try.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, the defendant was asking, does he still have to not be around his wife? And looking at the docket, it would appear that there's still an active order. I know that the Kia Brantley, looks like she came in, I think in February, set a hearing before Your Honor, requesting the order be rescinded, and I think Your Honor denied that. So
I did
as
at the
far,
time.
yeah, so as far as I know, the order is still active.
But I don't have that file in front of me right now. I'm not going
Right.
to do anything about it now, but yeah, you can certainly renew the motion for if you want it amended. Was the order entered in this court?
Yes,
It was.
that was from Your Honor. Yeah, you when we the initial disposition was when Mr. Graves was in custody. We entered a plea to the amended charge of reckless endangerment DV, and Your Honor imposed a no contact order at that time. So it's out of this court. And then the victim, Kia Brantley, she came in to the counter here, I think in February, requesting a hearing before Your Honor, requesting the order be lifted. I look from the docket, it would appear that I think Your Honor denied it. So.
And not having the file in front of me or recalling with certainty the matter, the file and the case, reluctant to do anything at this moment. But I will certainly listen to any renewed motion to have it amended, altered, lifted. Simply get a hold of Mr. Haverco and have yourself put back on the docket with regard to that case, and we'll deal with it. These other orders to it. Do I need to sign them?
Okay. 981. Would the court permit adding this, well, not this case, obviously not this case, but would the court permit adding, let's see, what was that? I have to get back, some apologize. Let me get back to Graves here.
It's I'm currently editing, but it won't let me do anything.
Now, I was asking, would the court permit the previous cause number to be put on in 2 weeks?
Having a little
Sure.
mechanical difficulty. Do I have to enter a name or something? Or just try it again? It's probably already as a result in the other matters as well. So, I don't know. But go ahead. I was focusing here. Court,
Sure.
Trouble. It's
So I was wondering if Your Honor would permit Mr. Graves' prior case with the no contact order to be placed on like the calendar in 2 weeks for review of the no contact order. That's cause number 3A 0498955. And
That's,
is it?
I won't be here. If you
Oh.
want me to hear that, the 25th, I'll be gone. I'll be
Oh.
out of the country.
Oh, that's right.
15-hour time difference.
Gotcha. If we set it out the
The
following.
9th would be the
Would you be,
earliest.
would you be back on the 9th on the,
Sure,
the next?
I'll be back then.
Yeah, if we could set it on the 9th. And I'll try to contact Ms. Kia Brantley, asking her to be here and.
Sure.
Okay. So we'll be the April.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, calendar that for the 9th of
April,
May.
no, May 9th. Yeah. May 9th. Yeah. Thank you,
Mr.
Judge.
Graves, good luck. Take care of yourself. That's it. Huh, weird. Oh, well. We're
Your
still
Honor.
working on one of that. We can come back to that, I guess.
Oh,
Something's wrong.
uh,
Oh, courts.
okay. Next matter, would be Dakota Galvin. She's item number 6 on the 10 o'clock. I believe she is on standby in Zoom. Oh. She's declining the what?
You-
Oh,
They have to accept that. Accept that.
let me, give me 1 second here. Hi, Dakota. This is Dan Haverko, your lawyer in the courtroom. The court clerk is trying to send you a request to promote you to panelist, and you're not accepting it. And so it's just a thing you click on. Should just be a little icon, a dialog box that you click on. You haven't gotten a pop-up? From the court's perspective, they're sending you the pop-up and you're declining. Right? Yeah, correct. And you need to agree. You need to click agree or yes
It's going.
to join.
Here we are. We're
So
fine.
here, yeah, you click on join.
Ms. Galvin, good morning. Can you hear me? You're muted.
And you need.
Now you need to
and
unmute
they're
yourself.
They're bringing you in. They're bringing you in and you need to unmute yourself. You're muted. You need to unmute yourself, okay? Okay. Okay.
She's unmuted. Good morning, Ms. Galvin. Can you hear me?
Can you hear the court? They're trying to talk to you. Can you turn up your volume?
She's unmuted, but is your microphone on?
Yeah, get off the phone and try to. Okay, let's give it a try.
Hello?
Good morning, Ms. Galvin. Now can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I can hear you just fine. Is your full name
Thank you.
Angelique Galvin?
Dakota Ruby Angelique Galvin. Yes, sir.
We're going to address your matter now. Your attorney, Mr. Haverko, is here in the courtroom and I'm looking at him right now. But we'll address your
Sure.
matter this time.
So good morning, everybody. So this is Dan Haverko. I'm sitting here in court. This is a matter of Dakota Galvin. Item number 6 on the calendar for 10 o'clock. Matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. I believe the parties have reached an agreement, turn tension on entering into a stipulated order of continuance. I reviewed what that is with her. The terms of which are no new criminal law violations for the next 12 months, pay $250. She can pay that at $25 per month. At the end of that time, if she's abided by those conditions, the city will, as part of its obligation, move to dismiss the case. And with that, I would defer to Your Honor.
Ms. Galvin, good morning. Do you disagree with anything that Mr. Haverko just said?
No, I do not.
What you have here is an agreement, a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by Mr. Haverko, under the terms of which 12 months from now, this charge can be dismissed if you abide by the conditions and you pay $250 in the probation monitoring fee. Now,
Okay.
the conditions that's most important is simply stay out of trouble. But if you violate any of the conditions, we'll have a hearing based on the police report, since you've given up your rights to go to trial in return for this agreement. And if we do that, then that'll most certainly result in a conviction for a crime of theft in the 3rd degree. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
Now, what you need to do is either call or email the court here with a good address, so we can send you a copy of this SOC. We don't have a good address for you. Can you do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
Ms. Galvin,
Wait, how would I pay the fee?
now that'll be in the agreement, but we can't send that to you unless we have your address. So please do that.
And I can email that to you guys.
Certainly can. And once we have that address, we'll send you a copy of this SOC. I want you to look it over carefully and then give us a call if you have any questions, okay?
Okay.
Ms.
Thank you.
Galvin, I want to thank you. That concludes the hearing. You take care of yourself and stay in touch with Mr. Haverko. If you have any,
Okay. Yes, sir.
thank you for appearing. Good luck.
Yeah, bye. Wait, how do I get off of here?
Yeah, now you can sign off. There. Still on record? Give me just a moment here. Sure. Little glitch there. Good morning, sir. State your name, please.
We're on the 1 o'clock calendar,
Yes.
Your Honor. Yeah, this is David Lipscomb. He came here early, so thought we could take up the matter.
Mr. Lipscomb, as long as you're here.
Yeah, matter comes on for arraignment on a suspend a second and interlock device violation charge.
We'll address your matter now. Full name, David James Lipscomb. Mr. Lipscomb, the citation I have alleges in honor about March 27, 2024, you committed the offenses of driving a license suspended 2nd degree and operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. Each of those is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of this proceeding. If you're indigent, I'll appoint Mr. Haverko to enter a plea on your behalf and represent you throughout the course of the case. Mr. Havercove?
Your Honor, would stipulate probable cause as to both charges, ask the court to enter not guilty pleas on each.
Mr. Lipscomb, a plea of not guilty has the effect of preserving your rights pending a pretrial. We're going to set that.
You need to sign it.
May 23rd at the 11 o'clock in the morning.
You have a. Oh, 888. Oh, oh. 888.
Mr. Lipscomb, conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. That would include don't drive unless licensed and insured, and if required to have ignition interlock, have it. Good luck to you. And now I want you, Mr. Lipscomb, I want you to get a copy of today's order by going to the window to your left outside the courtroom. It'll have the date and time on it, as well as Mr. Havercove's contact information. Good morning.
Give me a moment, Judge. This won't take me long here. Have to do up some paperwork. we're ready to proceed. Yeah, this is Mr. Jose Sarabia Bautista. So matter comes on, he's got a couple matters, numbers 9 and 10 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Item number 9, reckless driving, comes on before the court for a pretrial hearing, again on reckless driving. He also has a mitigation matter. Parties have reached an agreement. That being on the reckless driving, it's to be a 6-month stipulated order of continuance. For the next 6 months, commit no criminal law violations, pay a $250 court fee. The violation of instruction permit violation on the mitigation matter would be dismissed today. And he would make an admission to the operating motor vehicle without insurance, and the city would recommend a $150 fine.
150 each? on
No,
the
no, we're dismissing the
Permit?
permit violation today, dismissing, and then $150 on the admission of the operating motor vehicle without insurance, to which we would make an admission to that.
Morning, sir. Is your full name Jose Filiberto Sarabia Bautista? I'm looking at an SOC, a stipulated order of continuance is the title, but what it is basically is a contract between yourself and the city negotiated by your attorney, under the terms of which 6 months from now, the charge can be reduced and will be reduced from reckless driving, which is a gross misdemeanor bearing up to 364 days in jail, and a significant impact on your driver's license. The charge will be amended to, if you comply with the agreement, to negligent driving second degree, which is simply a civil infraction, not too unlike no insurance. Now, the most important part of this is good driving. Stay out of trouble, no criminal law violations, and pay costs in the amount of, if I can. Got it. 150 on the no insurance. And you admit that on February 12th, when you were stopped, you didn't have a proof of liability insurance. You admit that? You didn't have it. Okay. We'll assess a $150 fine on that. Now, driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing you're ever going to do in your life. Do it carefully. For a couple of reasons. You'll be safer. Everybody out there in the road will be safer, and your insurance premiums will be a lot lower, and your license will be good to go. Right? Signing off on the agreement. Mr. Sarabia, I'm gonna want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Now, if you violate the agreement, we'll have a hearing based on the police report, because you've given up your rights to go to trial, and you know that would result in a conviction, and you don't want to go there. You want this charge reduced. Any questions at all? No questions? Yes, you certainly can. You certainly can. And that's, the most important thing to me is staying out of trouble. If the money, that's the least important thing to me. If you have trouble making the payments, let us know and we can certainly deal with that. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Most importantly, stay out of trouble. It's nothing but good driving. Almost done. Signed off on the SOC, the contract, and I'm signing an order on the setting the $150 fine on the failure to have insurance. And we're setting your payments at $25 a month. And again, let us know if you can't make the payments. We can deal with it. Robbie, I've now signed both orders. What I want you to do is go to the window outside the courtroom to your left, get a copy of them, look them over carefully, and give Mr. Haverco a call if you have any questions. I'm going to wish you the best of luck and drive safely. Stay safe out there. Don't get anybody hurt. Don't hurt yourself. Any questions? Good luck. Take care. Thank you, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, this is Monique Brady. She's item number 1 on the 11 o'clock calendar. I believe the parties have reached, matter comes up for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. I believe the parties have reached an agreement. She intends on entering into a stipulated order of continuance, the terms of which would be no criminal law violations for 12 months, pay a $250 court fee. At the end of which time, if she abides by the agreement, the city agrees to dismiss the charge.
Good morning, ma'am. Is your full name Monique Angela Brady? Do you disagree at all with anything Mr. Havercoat just said? Do you disagree at all with anything your attorney just said? That's it. I'm looking at this SOC stipulated order of continuance. What it is really is a contract between yourself and the city, negotiated by your attorney. 12 months from now, if you're in compliance with the agreement, stay out of trouble, pay the $250 probation fee, charge will be dismissed. And if you violate the agreement and the city proves that, we're back to square one, and I'll read the police reports, and that'll result in a conviction for what they call a crime of dishonesty. It's very much in your interest to get the charge dismissed. It'll help with employment. It'll help you in general with life. Sign off on the agreement. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. The most important thing to me is that you learn from this and isn't going to be a situation that's repeated. If there's a problem making the fine payments, let us know, and we can deal with that. Not that concerned with it. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. What I want you to do is, when we're done with the signing of it, I want you to get a copy of it at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look it over carefully, and then give Mr. Havercoat a call if you have any questions. Do you have any questions of me? All I can do is wish you the best of luck and remind you that we all make mistakes, and what we need to do is learn from them so we can go on and make new mistakes and learn from them as well. So I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and again, give Mr. Havercoat a call if you have any questions. Take care of yourself.
Good luck. Yeah.
Thank you for appearing, ma'am.
Your Honor, the next matter is that of Leland Peters. He's item number 8 on the 11 o'clock calendar. The matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on an assault 4th degree domestic violence charge. I've had an opportunity to discuss the case with him. The parties, I believe, have reached an agreement. His intention is to ask the court to accept a stipulated order of continuance, the terms of which would be to commit no new criminal law violations for 12 months, pay a $250 court fee, at the end of which time the city would move to dismiss the charge.
Morning, sir. Full name Leland, middle initial E, Peters. Mr. Peters, do you disagree at all with anything your attorney just said? I'm looking at an SOC. I'm going to repeat myself a little bit. It's a contract. It's an agreement under the terms of which you will get a dismissal of this charge if you stay out of trouble, pay $250 in costs. Most importantly, stay out of trouble. Now, if you violate the agreement, get a new charge. We're back to square one. We'll simply read the police reports since you've given up your rights in return for a disagreement. And based on the police report, probably a certainty that there'll be a conviction for the listed charge of assault in the 4th degree. Don't want to go there. That's gross misdemeanor up to 364 days in jail. Any question at all? I'm signing off on the agreement, Mr. Peters. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. And again, it's assaults. The fortunate ones usually they wind up here in a city court. The ones that are not so good, they wind up as felony assaults because somebody got badly injured or got killed, in which case we're talking about a homicide case. No, that's we need to learn to resolve issues without resorting to anything as unpleasant as unwanted physical contact. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Hopefully, 12 months from now, we'll be able to dismiss the charge, close the case. Any questions at all? Again, you've already heard me say this. Get a copy of today's agreement at the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and look it over carefully and give Mr. Everco a call. The sort of reading between the lines here, this is one of the speed bumps in life going through a situation like this. Hopefully you'll get it behind you and move on. The pardon? Could you speak up a little bit? I'm yeah. That's your, I'm hearing two people talk.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Peters had a question that's, I know it's about the victim, but.
What's your? I don't know, I could just ask the city, is the city aware of any document that was submitted? Didn't come by my desk, but the city.
In connection with a no contact order?
In connection with this case, perhaps a victim impact panel, or excuse me, victim impact statement, or some kind of statement from the victim at all, some kind of document submitted.
She submitted one as far as to hopefully clarify.
I fully realize.
So I'm explaining to him, it's kind of irrelevant because we're doing an agreement. So it's really, it makes it not relevant. Information that she might have would be relevant
If we were going to trial, yeah, certainly.
Yeah, sure. But so I think he now understands that. I think he was thinking it was still relevant. So it's not
absolutely.
relevant. Yeah.
And Mr. Peters, I want to make sure you know that I understand exactly where you're coming from. I've been, and we all have situations in life where you talk to the one party and they get one, and you talk to the other party and you get something else, and it's like they're talking about two separate incidents altogether. That's every coin has two sides. Every story has two sides as well. So I realize that. But yeah, since
this particular instance, this coin was very one-sided.
And I would just say to you, the court wouldn't receive it because we're not having a trial today.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I shouldn't, yeah, it's the burden is on the city. If we're going to go to trial, the burden is on the city to prove the case by preponderance of the evidence. And I shouldn't have information about the case prior to hearing the witnesses if I'm presiding over the case. It wouldn't be proper. If there, or, post trial, if you were found guilty, then yes, I very much would like to hear from the alleged victim in the case. But the pre-trial, it would be inappropriate for me to get somebody else's side of the story. But Mr. Peters, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself, and again, look forward to dismissing the charge in the fullness of time. Good luck, and don't forget to get a copy. Notice, yeah, we've got, Ms. Farina in connection with a couple of different matters here. Good morning, Ms. Farina. Are you able to hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Thank you. We can address your matters now if you're ready.
I am, Your Honor. Thank you so much. The first matter would be City of Yelm versus Sean Cortado, 4A0159755. For the record, Don Farina representing Mr. Cortado, who is appearing through counsel pursuant to 3.4. We have an agreed motion to continue with the city, resetting this matter to May 9th at 11 a.m. This is our first pretrial conference, and the prosecutor and I need some additional time to discuss the case.
I'm signing the order resetting the matter to May 9th, 11 a.m. We'll send you and your client a copy of today's order. And of course, the city has no objection, I assume.
Oh,
It's
no,
on the
no
end.
objection. In the middle of affixing my signature to the
Got it. So ordered. I guess you have one other matter on the calendar as well. That would be Tina Dawson.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's 4A0098253. Again, Don Farina on behalf of Ms. Dawson, who is appearing through counsel pursuant to 3.4. I did discuss this case with the prosecutor yesterday, and he'd like a little bit of more time to review it. I think we'll be able to resolve this hopefully at the next hearing. So we are also asking that this matter be reset to May 9th at 11 a.m.
Hearing no objection from Mr. Ratfield, I'm signing the order, resetting the matter to November or May 9th. I'll send you a copy of today's order and send one to your client as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You take care. Have a good day.
You too.
That's fine. That's fine. That was before, during, after. It's okay.
So ready for the next matter, Your Honor, if you will.
Go ahead and proceed. Good morning, sir. Is your full name Alexander Nicholas Frutos? Okay. Mr. Avigo, all matters set for pretrials. I'll
Yeah.
defer to you.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. So, parties have reached an agreement. He's gonna, as to the DUI, he's gonna enter a 2-year stipulated order of continuance. At the end of which time, if he abides by all of the conditions, the charge will be amended to negligent driving in the first degree. It's all the usual DUI conditions, so it's probation fee of $990.50. You know, the costs that would have been imposed for a DUI, alcohol drug evaluation, comply with any recommended treatment and follow-up. If treatment is not recommended, you would have to do the alcohol drug information school. You would also have to show proof of the victim impact panel. Don't drive without license and insurance. Don't refuse a breath test. Don't drive without license and insurance. All the conditions listed in the form. The pretrial hearing on the case for the suspended driving second degree charge. I do believe he's actually really close to completely reinstating. I mean, we've had several discussions. However, because the suspended status has now been reduced to suspended driving third degree status, just as a matter of taking care of this matter today, the city is willing to amend that to no valid operator's license with ID, $150 on that charge. And then on the mitigation matter, the city would be moving to dismiss the no valid operator's license count. And then we would make an admission to the operating motor vehicle without insurance and impose $150 on that infraction.
I think could be with regard to docket number 13. I think it might need a different cause number. The NVOL is reference to 074, which is actually the infractions.
Well, the infractions, the first count of no valid.
074.
Yeah, the 074 would be dismissed today, the no valid operator's license on that case number. And
No
and then,
insurance.
and then make an admission on the insurance count.
And that any agreed penalty?
Yeah, $150. And then
721 is
yeah,
being
and then
reduced
so,
to
yeah,
no fault.
721, which is currently a suspended driving secondary charge, we would be amending that charge to no valid operators license with ID.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's the wrong cause number. I think in the form.
I see, Judge. I'm sorry. Let me see.
Sorry, I
can-
put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Yeah, I know. You want me to go ahead and attempt to amend that?
Housekeeping
I can-
only. That's
Sorry. So that would be,
instead of 074, it probably should be
let me get this correct.
721. That's a reduction to no fault. Mr. Frutos, this is a rather lengthy, given the number of charges here, a rather lengthy SOC. Stipulated order of continuance, probably heard me say this more than once. It's a contract under the terms of which you get a really good result of this thing if you abide by the conditions. If you don't abide by the conditions, having given up your right to go to trial in return for this agreement, if you violate it, city proves that by a preponderance of the evidence. We'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would result on rather catastrophic consequences with regard to any sentence I might impose, any action the Department of Licensing might take. I can go on with that. The agreement is the DUI will be reduced to a -1 in 24 months upon full compliance with the agreement. You admit that when you were cited, you did not have insurance in it, proof of insurance on you, and you admit that your license was not valid. I will assess 150 on each of those charges. the most dangerous thing you're probably ever gonna do in your lifetime is get behind the wheel of a car and drive. And that the risk there just skyrockets if you're under the influence of any intoxicating substance. Hopefully this has been a learning experience, from you and one that is not gonna be repeated. Any questions at all? If we don't learn from our mistakes, as they say, we're condemned to repeat them. Sometimes it takes longer to electronically sign things than it does to just scrawl a signature. I'm going through that now. Brutos, any question at all? I'm now finishing up the paperwork. There's two orders, the SOC and the infraction disposition. I want you to get a copy of both at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Look them over carefully, and if you have any question at all, give Mr. Haverco a call. Any question of me at this time? I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself.
Good luck. I'm gonna go speak with Mr. Davis here.
Justin, good morning. Travico, we'll go back on record. I
Thank
see
you,
you
Your
have Mr. Davis here this morning. We'll address
Right.
those matters as at this time.
You need to press a little harder. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I need to plug in the thing. Sorry. There we go. Now go ahead. Okay. This is Justin Davis, Your Honor. He has a couple matters coming before the court today on pretrial hearings on a couple of different criminal trespass matters. I've reviewed the police reports with him. I believe parties have reached an agreement. He intends on entering a straight plea to the latest one and dismiss upon the court's acceptance of that plea. City would move to dismiss the other case. The recommendation would be 90 days in jail, all suspended for 12 months on the condition that he not commit any new criminal law violations. City's not asking for a fine based on his indigency status. I don't believe he has any ability to pay. And so, yeah, the police statement essentially acknowledges that he went on to, he was sleeping on the Starbucks property after knowing that he had been previously trespassed. Are you able to stay awake, Justin?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. I have to confirm for the record, your name is Justin, middle initial B Davis, is it not?
Yes.
Mr. Davis, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, case ending in 268, February 3rd, 2024. Criminal trespass second is a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. You realize that. If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, right? Have you gone over the plea form with Mr. Haverco? And you understand what you're getting into here? I could impose up to the maximum if I wanted to. How do you plead to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, here in Yelm, February 3rd, 2024, guilty or not guilty? Your statement in paragraph 11 satisfies the factual elements. I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Justin, anything you'd like to tell me? Mr. Atfield, anything to add?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Haverco, how about yourself?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr. Davis, anything you'd like to tell me at all? You look a little down. Are you just tired or depressed or? I hope that's because you haven't been getting enough sleep and no other reason.
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. I want you to take care of yourself. I'm going to follow the recommendation, of course. I'm not going to impose any fine. I guess no fine is recommended, and given your financial situation, I wouldn't impose one anyway. Now, the jail time is suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Mr. Davis, how are you doing in life?
I'm all right.
You doing all right?
Yeah.
Taking care of yourself?
Yeah.
All right. You have a place to stay yet? No. Are you working on it?
Yeah.
I'm hoping you get there, okay? That concludes the hearing. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. I hope you're taking care of yourself. What I will want you to do is get a copy of the paperwork at the window outside the courtroom and to the left, and look it over carefully and give us a call if you have any questions, okay?
Thank you.
I'm hoping you're taking better care of yourself these days. I think we have Caden Long left.
Right. I think I did actually I did speak with her. That's why I had the speedy trial waiver prepared for her in the courts. So I've had some contact with her, but she hasn't contacted me after that to let me know if she's going to be in court or not. So I don't have any information. Oh, okay.
Do that on the pretrial hearing and just note the, and the victim continues to be Brandy, Ehrlich forward. You want 1,000 on each case? Yeah. 1,000 on each case it is. Yes. Well, we did have faint hope that Mr. Coleman would appear on the 9:45 calendar. The warrants are in effect. He does have is 918. Yeah, okay. Uh, 2 out of 3 are in warrant. I guess is that good enough? That's, all right. I think we'll just leave that as is. Then. Mr. Havergo, unless you have something you'd like to weigh in on. With regard to Mr. Coleman.
No. I have just no information.
I think Caden Long has a One more person, a problem. Now on record for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar, I'm going to call a private counsel matter first. That would be docket number 3, page 12. Yelm versus Brandon Dennehy. I'm going to defer to counsel if, unless you want formal advisement of rights, I'll simply turn the matter over to you. At this point, is your full name Brandon M. Dennehy?
Michael Dennehy.
Citation alleges that on or about April 5th, 2024, committed the offense of DUI. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 matter. At this point, I'll turn the matter over to your attorney for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Your Honor, Tim Lewis on behalf. Your Honor, thank you.
Today, a plea of not guilty preserves your rights pending a pretrial, which will set now out April 25th, May 9th, May 23rd.
Your Honor, if we could go to May 9th, please.
That would work. That would work. City have any anything, any input? I see there's no priors, standard conditions release. Don't drive unless licensed and insured. If any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Don't drink and drive at all. Stay in touch with your attorney and appear for court as directed. That'll be May 9th at 9 o'clock in the morning. Typically, we allow attorneys to appear by way of Zoom if they wish to, but as Mr. Denny, as far as I've got, unless your attorney arranges otherwise, I'd prefer to have you here in person. I'm signing a order of release and setting a pretrial at this point. Everything is on Zoom these days. Signature attached, saved, closed. That concludes the matter. Free to leave. See you back here May 9th. Take care. Thank you, sir. Mr. Dennehy, good luck. The rest of you that are here for 1 o'clock, before I call you up one at a time, I need to advise you of certain rights you have. You do have a right to have a lawyer represent you at any and all stages of any criminal proceeding. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time. That plea will invariably be not guilty and will set the matter for a pretrial. The plea of not guilty is not any great statement about the case. It's simply a way of preserving your rights until you've had a chance to talk about the matter with your attorney and he in turn with the Mr. Atfield, the representative of the city at this matter. If you have any question regarding your rights, regarding what you're charged with, do not hesitate to ask either myself or Mr. Haverco any question you might have as I call you. Do we have Melissa Baker here? Melissa Baker. Ms. Baker, good afternoon. Doing well yourself, I trust. You were cited for, now, city may have a motion in your case, you were cited for 2 things. Speeding, that's a civil infraction. You don't plead guilty or not guilty of that. You admit or deny it. You're also cited for driving a license suspended or revoked in the 3rd degree, which is a simple misdemeanor. Conviction of that would bear the possibility of up to 90 days in jail and up to a $1,000 fine. City may have a motion in your matter.
City's moving to amend the charge to no vol in the 2nd degree.
No vol in the 2nd degree, no valid operator's license, 2nd degree, is a civil infraction. It reduces it to the same level as the speeding ticket. You don't plead guilty or not guilty to it. You admit it or deny it. If you admit it, I'm going to you admit the infractions. I'll impose a fine, and that'll conclude the matter. If you deny it, you're entitled to what they call a contested hearing, which we would set at a later date. Do you have any questions about anything I just said? Do you admit or deny that you were speeding and didn't have a valid license on the 30th of March when you were cited? I'll assess 150 on each charge. Now, this is going to apply to perhaps other people in the courtroom as well. Most important to me is this. Do you have any, do you know what you need to do to get your license reinstated, ma'am? Usually it's a matter of money. money, which we live in a world where you pretty much have to be able to drive. So what I'm going to do is at least urge you to get your license reinstated. Yeah, you've got to be able to get from here to there. So I'm going to sign an order setting the fines. You can pay that at the rate of $25 a month, a total of $300. If you have an issue making the fine payments, let us know. We can certainly deal with that. I'd much rather you spend your money on getting relicensed. Any questions? Sometimes it takes longer to process the paperwork or the computer work than it does the case itself. I've now signed the today's order. Ms. Baker, what I want you to do is this. I want you to go, and everybody here, after your case is done, I want you to go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. You'll be given a copy of what we just did here. It says that it's transmitted from here to the office, to the printer, and for you. Ms. Baker, good luck. You take care of yourself, and again, good luck in getting reinstated. Take care. Jessica Davis. Jessica Davis in the courtroom. Now, a number of people, hopefully not too many, will not answer. At the end of the calendar, I will go back, go through the cases for the non-appearing people. If there was probable cause for the issuance of the criminal citation, a warrant will go out for their arrest, and people always seem to get arrested on warrants at the worst possible time. So I want to thank you all for showing up and realize that you've saved yourself a warrant by just being here. Jessica Davis did not answer. How about Jeffrey Domingo? Also does not answer. Lisa Marie Fish. How about Patricia Grigsby? Ma'am, if you'd step forward and have a seat next to Mr. Haverco, our public defender. Full name is Patricia Ann Grigsby. Ms. Grigsby, you were cited for, it looks like several things. Well, 2 infractions, no insurance and defective turn signals. And you're also cited for the criminal offense of driving a license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. And the city may well have a motion in your case as well.
City moves to amend no bonus.
You may have been listening earlier. It's now no valid operator's license in the 2nd degree, the civil infraction. You can either admit it, and I'll impose a $150 fine on that case, or you can ask for a contested hearing, then we can set the matter for a hearing down the road. You're also cited for no insurance and no turn signals. If you admit those, I will mitigate them. That means reduce the amount originally on the ticket and have you sign a time payment agreement for that. Any question about anything I just said? Do you admit or deny that on March 25th, you had no valid license, no insurance, and defective turn signals? Oh, wonderful. As you know now, it's a little harder to get your license back than it is to lose it. Pretty easy to lose, but a lot harder to get it back. And what we'll do, it'll be $150 on the no valid operator's license. The bad one is the insurance, $550. And let's reduce that to $100. And I think on defective turn signals, I'm just going to dismiss that. In a minute here, I'm going to sign an order when it's fully prepared. Payments will be $25 a month. What I want you to do is let us know if there's any issue making the fine payments. We can certainly deal with that. What I don't want you to do is, miss a payment, not get in touch with us, and we're back to square one. We don't want to go there. It's not the signature affixed and saved. Mr. Grigsby, what I want you to do is go to the window, get a copy of today's hearing, and give us a call if there's any question. I wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. Thank you. Stephanie Howanowski. Does not answer. Amanda Huestis. Please step forward, Ms. Huestis. I'm glad to see you. What, anything you have relating to the case, I want you to give to your attorney. Who did you give it to? But I'm glad to have you show up. It's been a while, but we're finally going to get this taken care of. For the record, full name, Amanda Ann Marie Huestis. Hustis. I apologize for mispronouncing your name, and I'll tell everybody, please correct me if I mispronounce your name, and I mispronounce a lot of names. Ms. Hustis, you were cited on September 28th, 2023 with theft third. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 or 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. We also have another matter, compliance with a sentence with relation to an earlier matter. We're not going to take any action on that right now, but we're going to calendar it along with your new charge. Mr. Haverco, a plea on behalf of
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hustis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Hustis, the plea of not guilty does preserve your rights. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. I want you to stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Law-abiding behavior is the only condition of release here. Now, your pretrial is set for May 23rd at 10 o'clock in the morning. And of course, the conditions of release are just stay out of trouble. Ms. Hustis, any question at all? Before you, pardon? The new charge is theft in the third degree. And I want you to talk to Mr. Haverco about that charge. He can explain it to you. Yep. At this point, everybody's presumed to be innocent. And so in connection with that, I don't want to, or I shouldn't hear anything about the specifics of any case. So any question you might have, I want you to refer to Mr. Haverco, our public defender. Ms. Hustis, I want to thank you for appearing. It's been a while, but glad to have you back here. And again, get a copy of the order at the window, and we'll see you back here in May. You take care. Thank you, ma'am. Eric Koller, K-O-L-L. Is it Kohler? Eric David Kohler. Citation alleges that on or about March 25th, 2024, you committed the offenses of DWS third degree, as indicated, simple misdemeanor, maximum of 90 days and or 1,000. You're also cited for operating a vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. That is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for that would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Mr. Kohler, I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he'll do so throughout the course of the case should you be indigent and require his services.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
That plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Pending a pretrial, which we're going to set for May 23rd, 2024. Conditions of release are always law-abiding behavior. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and return to court when directed to do so. Should have looked at
Oh, it'll be on your paper. Yeah, before you leave, you see the correction.
that. Kim Markle in the courtroom. Kim Markle. Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Kim, middle initial L, Markle? Ms. Markle, the citation I have alleges that on or about March 28th of this year, 2024, you committed the offense of driving while under the influence of intoxicants. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you, and he will enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Ms. Markle, given the nature of the offense, I will set some conditions. During the pendency of the matter, don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all, period. Any officer happens to ask you to give a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, exchange contact information with him, and then appear back here for court at your pretrial. Any question about the conditions? Mr. Haverco will.
Do you have any questions about the condition?
No.
Pretrial set for May 23rd at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Fine.
Markle, thank you for appearing. Take care. We'll see you back here in May.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Samuel Newman. Good afternoon, sir. Full name, Samuel Newman. Mr. Newman, the citation I have alleges that on or about March 30th, 2024, you committed the offense of driving no license suspended or revoked 3rd degree. By now, you know that's a simple misdemeanor, maximum penalty of 90 days and or $1,000. Our prosecutor may have a motion in your case as well.
Yep. City moves to amend to no ball in the 2nd degree.
Charge is amended to a civil infraction. If you admit it, it's 150. If you deny it, we can set it for a contested hearing. Do you admit or deny? You didn't realize you were suspended? You know what you need to do with the reinstate? What? And Mr. Newman, what may have happened here is when we move, we change our address with the post office, et cetera, but we don't often change it with the Department of Licensing. Right. And so they'll send out a notice saying, hey, you're suspended, but unless it goes to a new address, you may not get it at all. And that's probably what happened here. So that's a good advice for everybody. If you move, update your contact information, your address with the Department of Licensing. Mr. Newman, I'm gonna do the same. I'll impose a $150 fine, $25 a month. And again, you get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom, and I want you to do that, okay? Good luck to you. Thank you for appearing. Thank you, sir. Take care. Hector Oliveria Garcia does not respond. How about Jarrett, middle initial C, Peck Derrick? And I probably mispronounced your name as well. That's all right. It looks like you were cited on April 6, 2024 for two criminal offenses of reckless driving and driving while under the influence of intoxicants. Those are gross misdemeanors. The maximum penalty upon conviction would be 364 days in jail each and or a $5,000 fine each. Mr. Peck, Derrick, I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you, and he will do so throughout the course of the case.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor, enter not guilty, please.
Conditions of release, of course, are, excuse me. As I said before, don't drive unless licensed and insured. Don't drink and drive at all. Any officer asks you to take a breathalyzer, you're to do so. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco. Appear back here in court on May 23rd at 11 o'clock for a pretrial, and exchange contact information, if you would, with Mr. Haverco. Order is now signed. If you would go to the window, get a copy of today's order. By all means, stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and we'll see you back here in May. Any questions? Good luck. Cecilia Petugua. I probably mispronounced that name. Good one. Hey, thank you. That was full name Cecilia M. Couture. Citation alleges that on or about April 3rd, 2024, committed the offense of assault in the fourth degree domestic violence. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm appointing Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause, ask the clerk to enter not guilty, please.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights. Now, a condition of release was no contact with Jonavelt. Is that going to pose any problems? Okay. I'll take your head shake as no. Yeah, that's something you should talk to Mr. Haverco about.
And do you have a phone number?
Sign today's order. Ma'am, what I want you to do is get a copy of today's order at the window outside the courtroom to your left. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco, and we'll see you back here at your pretrial date. Any questions at all? Hey, thank you. And you as well. Paul Reed, I do not see. How about Juan Antonio Romero Campos? Does not appear. Jacqueline Rostron Martinez. Good afternoon, ma'am. If I mispronounce your name, I apologize. That's Ms. Rostrom, the citation I have alleges in honor about April 3rd, 2024. You committed the offenses of DWS, driving a license suspended, revoked, third degree, and hit and run attended vehicle non-injury. Both of those are simple misdemeanors. The maximum upon conviction to be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter, and he's going to enter a plea on your behalf.
Stipulates probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Plea of not guilty, as I indicated before, does preserve your rights. We're going to set a pretrial for May 23rd at 11 o'clock. I want you to exchange contact information with Mr. Haverco. And I thank you for appearing. Don't forget to get a copy of today's order by going to the window. You take care. Thank you. Justin Wayne Ruelos. Good afternoon, sirs. Is that your full and correct name? Justin Wayne Ruelos. Did I pronounce it right? Hopefully, not too badly at least. Citation alleges in honor about April 7th, you committed the offense of theft in the third degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He's going to enter a plea on your behalf, and he will represent you throughout the course of the case. You have, it looks like you have a question. You certainly can. You certainly can. Now, the right to represent yourself is carved in stone. You've got that right. But the right to have a lawyer appointed for you if you're indigent, that does not go away. What I will do, Mr. Haverco will enter a plea on your behalf to preserve your rights, and then from then on, you're on your own. But if you at any point feel like, hey, I'm a little out of my depth here, I need to maybe talk to a lawyer about this, you let me know, and we'll take up the issue of representation again, okay? Mr. Haverco, plea on behalf of...
Enter not guilty plea.
Mr. Ellis, that preserves your rights. And Mr. Haverco will maybe have a word with you. That takes care of the matter. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and look it over carefully, and we'll see you back here in May. Any questions at all? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Take care. Justin Taran Pimente Salamone. Good afternoon, sir. Is that your correct name, Justin Taran Pimente Salamone? Hey, thank you. Citation alleges in honor about March 27th, 2024. You violated the terms and conditions of an order of protection. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty does preserve your rights. You're also, do have a matter, post disposition. It's a stipulated order of continuance. We're going to calendar that along with this newest charge. Now, again, conditions of release are law-abiding behavior. And that includes don't violate any no contact orders, whether it's requested or not requested. You can't do that. That would be a violation of law. Yes, sir.
Or you can just scan it to me right now. Wait if you want to wait. If you talk to you. Don't go anywhere yet. Yep. Yes.
Yeah, and calendar that. Tell me that concludes the hearing. If you've exchanged the necessary information with Mr. Haverco, free to get a copy of today's hearing at the window outside the courtroom to the left, and we'll see you back here on May 23rd. Take care of yourself. Charles Schultz. Jebediah Stecker. How about Nicholas Allen Tejon? Good afternoon, sir. Correct name, Nicholas Allen Tejon? Tahoe. It's like I said, if there's a way to mispronounce your name, I'll stumble across it somehow. Citation alleges that on or about March 22nd, you committed the offenses of failure to stop and give information to an officer and driving a license suspended or revoked third degree. Misdemeanors maximum penalty on conviction would be 90 days in jail and or $1,000 fine. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf and will be present throughout the course of the matter should you be indigent and request his services.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Plea of not guilty preserves your rights.
We can sign here. Yep.
See that before I called it. I want to take a look at this famous knife. Who has that? Is that back? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that concludes the matter. Get a copy of today's order at the window, and we'll see you back here on May 23rd at 10 o'clock. Any questions at all?
1 second before you go for something that's signature. All right, yeah, that's good. All right.
Thank you, sir. You take care. Don't forget to get the copy of the order, and we'll see you back here in May. Such things happen. If he shows up at one time or another, that'll be Back on the 1 o'clock calendar, we do have one more individual in the courtroom. Stephanie Connie Howanowski is now present. Ms. Howanowski, is that your full, true, and correct name? Citation I have alleges that on or about February 1, 2024, you committed the offense of criminal trespass, first degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Based on what I know of the situation, I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this matter. He'll enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate probable cause, Your Honor, enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. Ms. Howanowski, Mr. Haverco is going to represent you throughout the course of the case. We're going to set the matter for a pretrial. The conditions of release, of course, are law-abiding behavior. That includes don't go into places where you've been trespassed from. Stay in touch with Mr. Haverco and be back here in court on May 23rd at 10 o'clock. Any questions? I'm signing the order here in a bit, and then you'll do the same.
It's working. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's okay.
And what I want you to do is get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to the left.
It's okay. It's no problem. I just got okay. All right. Okay. Take care.
Thank you for appearing, ma'am. Mr. Cutter, good afternoon. You're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we can address your matter at this time.
Here, let me.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. I'm not going to insult your client by attempting to pronounce a name which I am not capable of pronouncing.
Your Honor, I was me neither, Your Honor. My apologies. But I'll give it a whirl. For the record, Joseph Cutter on behalf of Star O Dubstevi, who I do request our presence be waived, Your Honor.
I'm going to say infraction number 3A0817-991. I'll pronounce the name as best as I can. Evgenia, no middle initial, Sarodubtsevya. Go ahead.
Perfect.
I'll listen to any preliminary motions you might have.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I just had a preliminary motion to suppress the speed measuring device in this case. The reason being, it is a handheld device. However, with regards to there is, does not state, was there any kind of RFI interference or the type of test or the type of calibrations that was done. Simply just says the calibration was done internally testing as well as externally testing. For that reason, Your Honor, I'd be making a motion to suppress the speed measuring device in this case, Your Honor.
I'm reviewing the officer's statement. Your motion is well taken. Granted.
Your Honor, with that being said, Your Honor, I'd be making a motion to dismiss.
That's a motion granted.
Your Honor, that concludes my matter for today. Is it okay I log off?
Thank you, Mr. Cutter. That concludes the matter. You take care of yourself and have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You as well.
We do have a lot of witnesses here. I'm going to call the docket number 1 in prison, Benjamin Griffin. Is Benjamin Griffin in the courtroom? Hey, not bad. Are you Benjamin Gerald Griffin?
Yes, sir.
That's hey, a number of witnesses were subpoenaed in connection with the matter. I believe that they are all here. Officer Sigmund is here. And is anybody here on behalf of Day Wireless Speed Measuring? Good afternoon, sir. First, I'm going to call, go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to call Officer Sigmund as a witness in this matter. We don't really have a witness seat at this time. Officer, I'd ask you to step forward and speak directly into the microphone. Okay. Go ahead and have a seat there and speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
And would you state your full name for the record, spelling your last name?
Michael, Christopher, Sigmund, Sam, Ida, Edward, George, Edward, Mary, Union, Nora, David.
Thank you, sir. And how are you employed?
I am a law enforcement officer with the Yelm Police Department.
Were you so employed and on duty on January 31st of this year?
Yes, Your Honor.
On that date, you had occasion to issue to the individual seated to your right, Benjamin Griffin, a speeding citation. Will you indicate the circumstances under which you issued that citation?
Your Honor, can you clarify the question?
Where were you at the time you issued the citation?
We were on the 510 alternate.
And what occurred next? Were you using any, what
Your
was the
Honor.
purpose of your stop there?
I observed the defendant's vehicle traveling at a rate of speed visually that I recognized as being well over the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit on the alternate. And when
was the speed limit posted?
Yes, Your Honor.
In place?
I
With no
believe,
obstructions?
I believe prior to Burnett Street, which would have been as he exited off of the roundabout right at Mud Run Road, just prior to the Burnett Road intersection, there's a 40-mile-an-hour posted speed limit.
And you were using speed measuring devices at the time, or a device?
Yes, the MPH Industries speed gun.
Would you read into the record the, if you would, the serial number of the speed measure, the SMD speed measuring device.
SGP 1154
And did you test that equipment prior to using it?
I did, Your Honor.
And you tested it using what exactly?
The KA band tuning fork, both the 20 mph and the 50 mph.
And for the record, the serial numbers of those speed measuring device tuning forks.
The tuning fork rated at 20 mph is serial number 845030. And the 50 mph tuning fork is number 845098.
Okay, and did you have occasion to clock the speed that Mr. Griffin was traveling?
I did,
at
Your
which he
Honor.
was traveling? And what was that speed in the 40-mile-an-hour zone?
60 miles an hour, Your Honor.
Did you stop the Mr. Griffin?
I did, Your Honor.
Did you issue him a citation?
I did, Your Honor.
And the citation was for 60, excuse me, 55 and a 40. And this all took place within the city limits of Yelm?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Griffin, do you have any question of the officer? Now's the time to cross-examine him if you wish.
Your Honor.
Would you speak into the microphone, please?
I was asking for maybe some, when I talked to the county clerk, I was asking for evidence, so they gave me, some evidence. They gave me the, radar accuracy, concerning the device that was calibrated. But I wasn't able to get accuracy of the tuning forks for calibration for that. I was also trying to get some evidence for the, well, I turned this in, but it got turned back into me, so. But they was able to give me, you know, the officer's sworn statement and the.
Now, right now is the time for you to cross-examine any questions you might have of the
Oh, no,
officer
sir.
that
No, sir.
testified.
No,
It's,
no, no, sir.
hey. Officer, you may step down if you may wish. I understand Dave Weiler does have a representative here. Sir, if you'd step forward, have a seat there at the table. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be true and correct.
I do, Your Honor.
Would you identify yourself by name?
Tomas Wren, W-R-E-N.
And Mr. Wren, how are you employed?
I'm employed through Day Wireless Systems.
And as such, and in your capacity, did you have occasion to test the speed measuring device referred to by the officer?
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you indicate what you did and what the results of that test were?
Yes, Your Honor. So on April 25th of 2023, I serviced the Yelm Police Department and tested their radars, well, as speed measuring devices, so their radar and LiDAR units.
And how do you do that?
So
what does the test consist of, I should ask?
So the test consists of a stationary test and a moving mode test, depending on what type of radar it is. And also we test the tuning forks for their center frequency to ensure that they have accuracy of the tuning forks and also the output of the center frequency for radar.
Were both the tuning forks and the speed measuring device, were they functioning properly?
At this time it was, but as stated in the officer's sworn statement, those tuning forks were not present at the time.
I didn't quite catch that.
The tuning forks in the officer's statement were not present at the time, so they aren't on the certification that I printed off.
Okay, got it. Mr. Griffin, do you have any question of
I have a question for you. So if, as far as speed wise, does it change if say if the officer is going a certain speed and I'm going a certain speed, does that have an effect on the radar? Or the,
So depending on what type of situation is, I believe you're referring to if you're both traveling at different speeds.
Yes.
Does it have a difference? So the radars, they do have a mode called moving mode, which would list the officer's speed as shown on his speedometer through the radar output and also your speed in a separate window.
so if the officer's speeding and I'm going a certain speed, that could change, that could indicate that I'm speeding. So what if he's going faster, if he's on somewhere else and I'm doing the speed limit? Would that change the outcome?
So no, it wouldn't, because it would take into account his speed relative to your speed, because the radar itself is basically a calculator. So it's gonna take the information that's being displayed and subtract it from whatever he's doing.
So how would that be calculated? So how would that determine the speed of me according to his speed?
So say for instance that the speed limit is like 30 miles per hour and the officer is going 40 and you end up you're going under the speed limit. So it would show a negative number in the separate windows indicating that you're going slower than him as opposed to his patrol speed. And say if he was going 30 and you were going 40, it would show a 10 in the patrol speed.
So you're saying those tuning forks the officer had wasn't tested at the time, right?
They weren't tested by me.
That's all the questions I have for him, for Your Honor.
Just out of curiosity, you say the tuning forks weren't present with the speed measuring device at the time you tested it. Is that common, or are they usually with them, or?
So usually departments, they'll order new tuning forks and they'll have those issued from the manufacturer. And so they'll get a new pair and they'll have been certified by the manufacturer and sent to them.
Have you ever tested tuning forks in addition to the device itself, which measures speed? Is that something you ordinarily do, or?
What, as separately away from the device? Have I tested tuning forks? Yes, I have.
About how many times?
About how many times? I can't count, I lose count, but I've done.
Oh, roughly more than 50,
Yeah.
less than 50.
Yeah, more than 50.
How often are they defective?
They're rarely ever deficient coming from the manufacturer.
Okay. That's all I have. So, Mr. Griffith, do you have any further questions?
Yes, sir. How are these tuning forks as far as well, maybe I should ask the officers that. What was his procedures for calibrating the tuning forks? Because there is a procedure to calibrate them. Or
So I can't speak on the Yelm Police Department's procedures on how to calibrate tuning forks and their procedures, but per industry standards, it would be striking the tuning fork in front of the radar unit itself and having it transmit and verifying that the output of the speed that the tuning fork has labeled on it. So say for instance, it's a 20 mile per hour, that it actually indicates 20 miles per hour.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, sir. Any further questions? No. Sir, go. If no further questions, you may step down. May the witness be excused, or do you wish him to remain present? Perhaps best to remain present. But go ahead. That's the city's presentation. I'll listen to anything you have to say in defense.
yes, sir. I'm trying to move for the dismissal due to inadequate and inaccuracy of the evidence because of there is no proof that the tuning forks was calibrated. There's supposed to be a daily log that you calibrate them every day and before and after the shift. There's no proof of that. He even stated that the tuning forks, K-band 84503, they were not calibrated by them. So there's no evidence that they were calibrated, or there's no report Your Honor. There's no, yeah, as I said, there was no evidence of certification of the accuracy of the K-bands. There's no evidence. I asked for evidence of photographic evidence of the radar speed from the radar device. That wasn't provided for me. As in our JL, it says state must provide a preponderance of evidence that you did commit the infraction. I don't see any preponderance of evidence that I've committed this infraction, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further?
No, sir. Oh, yes, sir. There is a lot of inaccuracy, as you say, in the report. It says there's a discrepancy of 55 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour. Who says I was only doing 45, you know? Yeah, I mean, if that's a discrepancy, the radar could be a discrepancy, as in the statement here.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Does the city have anything to add in response to the Mr. Griffith's statement? Officer, I'm kind of viewing you as a representative of the city here. But anything to add in the rebuttal or response to anything that was indicated?
Yes, Your Honor. So as an officer, I have discretion in terms of the citation. So because Mr. Griffin was compliant and actually friendly, if I remember correctly, I believe I told him I gave him a break. I wrote him for 5 under so that the ticket wouldn't be as expensive for him. So still holding him accountable for the speeding, but reducing the fine amount.
Right. Hey, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans, the evidence I have indicates that the officer's initial visual observation was that you were going well in excess of the 40-mile-an-hour posted speed zone. He clocked you using the speed measuring device that he had at 60 in a 40-mile-per-hour zone. Bay Wireless has testified on behalf of them that they nothing wrong with, and the speed measuring device was functioning properly. There is the difficulty about the tuning forks, but how do we test the tester of the tuning forks? The indication was that they were, you know, virtually never fail. I don't know how far we need to go back in testing the various components of the wheel. I will find that you were speeding, relying in large part upon the officer's initial visual observation. As a trained police officer, he is able to determine and pretty accurately determine speed. I'm going to find that you were speeding. However, I will find that you were speeding 15 over, and I'm going to mitigate the penalty to 125, under 25. I've signed an order to that effect. The only thing I'm going to add is this, and I've said this a number of times. Driving a car is probably the most dangerous thing that you're ever going to do in this life. People worry about flying, but the trip to the airport on the I-5 is and or 405 is far more dangerous than getting on a jet airplane and traveling a few miles in the air. I try to urge everybody to ignore the anger we see out there on the road these days. Slow down, relax. We could all relax a little bit or enjoy life a little more. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, and that concludes the matter. Thank you for your attendance. I guess that concludes that matter. Aristotle Mar. Hey, Bonnie, somehow I X'd out of O courts. Hey, thank you for appearing. So.
We have the attorney for the case.
Yes. So,
Oh, there we go. That's the string. All right, there you go. Should be.
We're on record now? Learn anything?
Yeah.
Let's go off record for a second. Mr. Burnett, good afternoon, Mr. Burnett. I see you're here on behalf of Aristotle Mar. We'll take your matter now.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is he present or do you waive his presence?
We're going to waive his presence, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll listen to any preliminary motions you might happen to have.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to make a preliminary motion to exclude the results of the speed measuring device in this particular case based on a variety of reasons. First of all, apparently the radar was used in moving mode. The officer indicates he was driving, but the device was checked by whoever it was checked by in stationary mode, but never in moving mode. The narrative report indicates that the operator was certain the radar was operating correctly. The problem is here that the officer never states that he's the officer. And in fact, if the court will take a look at the narrative, the officer does refer to himself in the first person, and then he goes and refers to another person who is apparently the operator. In addition, the operator is apparently the one who conducted the field tests on the speed measuring device. There's no indication by the officer that he is the one that conducted that. So he has a lack of personal knowledge with regard to both of those things. In addition to those, and this may be a nitpicky matter, but there is no agency identification as required in the signature block under RCW 5.50.010, and that is a requirement of the statute. I think, however, my biggest issue is that I don't know who the operator is, and the officer doesn't say that he is the operator.
And in addition, I don't have any 6.6 affidavit in connection with that. I'm going to grant the motion, and I presume the next motion would be in addition to suppress, but to dismiss.
That would be correct, Your Honor.
Motion granted. I am in O court signing the order of dismissal at this time. We'll be sending you a copy to be forwarded to your client if you wish to do so in the ordinary course of mail.
Thank you. No, Your Honor, except that we do appreciate the opportunity to appear by Zoom.
The least I can do, Mr. Burnett. You take care. Have a good one.
Thank you, Your Honor. You as well.
I shall. Edit document, signed. Saved and closed. Good afternoon. Are you Earl Reinke by any chance? Come on up and have a seat. Sorry for the delay. It's we only get a contested hearing once in 17 blue moons. But we'll take your matter now. You've asked for a mitigation hearing on, well, the big one, failure to have insurance. That's, whoa. How can you afford the ticket and insurance at the same time, I wonder?
I just haven't had insurance in a long time, and I just haven't had time to go and even call or anything and get it. I do plan on getting liability at least. I just have older vehicles, so it's kind of waste of investment. I know it's the law, but I'm decided I'm gonna at least go get, like I said, bare minimum. And I do got tabs now. I did get that taken care of.
How about, I'm having a little trouble with the O courts here, but I think we're back on track. That it almost did the same thing again. It started that. Why don't we reduce the 559 no insurance ticket to 150, and the expired registration, let's reduce that from 237 to 100. And we can set your payments at 25 a month on that.
Okay.
Fortunately, these are non-moving violations, so they shouldn't have any appreciable effect on any insurance. Insurance, it's an incredible expense, and it just keeps going up because those of us that have it are paid for the people that don't, and that's just the way things are.
Well, they say you get one car accident per lifetime. I've already been in 3, so I think I'm good. Sorry, no sense of humor, but I don't drive fast. I drive slow now. I use the speed limit for the most part.
That's really, I drive up to Bellevue every other week, and it seems like the amount of anger and frustration and muscularity, automotive muscularity, it seems to be just growing out there.
Yeah.
I'm signing an order. I'm setting the payments on the matter. If for some reason you can't make the payments, let us know. We can deal with that.
Okay. I should be able to pay that easy.
Minimum payment 25 a month. First payment due May 11th. Signing the today's order as we speak.
I don't know if you remember me, but I used to be in your courtroom a lot 20
I
years
remember
ago.
you, but I've made a point in public. Sometimes I'll remember somebody that I've seen, from a serious criminal matter in court, and I just totally let it go. That's, somebody wants to bring up the past, they can do it, but I'm not gonna. Past, as far as I'm concerned, that's past.
Yeah,
That's history.
that's old news.
Well, I've signed the order. I'm hitting the closure. And that is that.
All right.
Mr. Remke, you can get a copy of the order at the window, and be on your way, and happy motoring.
Thank you.
Good to see you. And hey, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, no worries. Take care.
You too. Take it easy. on. Back on record for the 1 o'clock no-shows. I'm gonna go to page 12 of the docket. The first no-show I have is Jessica Davis, docket number 4. She was in custody that I found probable cause for previously, warrantal issue in connection with her, 1,000 cash or bond. Next is Jeffrey Domingo, docket number 5, amend DOS third 2, Noval 2, and FTA that. Next would be Lisa Fish. I do find probable cause for the issuance of a theft third citation to her. Warrantal issue 1,000 cash or bond. Next. Page 13 is everybody showed up. Page 14, docket number 16. I find probable cause previously for Hector Oliveira Garcia when I released him from custody for theft third, 1,000 cash or bond. Next would be docket number 20, even. I do find probable cause for the issuance to Paul Reed for loitering, drug-related activity, knowing possession of a controlled substance, and use of drug paraphernalia, 1,000 cash or bond. Docket number 21, Juan Romero Campos, amend that to Noval 2 and FTA it to the Department of Licensing. Next would be number 25, Charles Schultz. There is a note in the file requesting a reset on that. Go ahead, note the non-apparent reset with notice. No need to note for non-appearance as speedy trial hasn't attached yet. He hasn't appeared. Next would be Jebediah Joseph Stecker, docket number 26 and 27. 26, amend the DOS third to Noval 2 and FTA that. And I do find probable cause for the issuance to him of citations for use of paraphernalia, knowing possession of a controlled substance, and knowing prescription of a legend drug without proof of prescription or the proper container. 1,000 cash or bond. Unless I missed somebody, I think that is it.